Hello again, everyone. WestJet, hello. Welcome aboard, Felicity. Gonna be doing something a little different. We just added a Centurion 210 to our hangar. I just downloaded it and just activated it. That's as far as I've gotten. So we will load it up and gonna see what all we're gonna have to do here to make it fit our setup. So what I'm gonna do, let's see here, there she is. Kind of liveries do we have here? Red, blue, green. I just want to stick with the default livery for now. It should be blank. Alright. And we're just going to load up here at my home airport right on the runway. And that'll kind of give me just a good starting point. Okay. And that's going to take a second here to load. It is going to take a while to get this thing to work. First thing I'm going to have to do is get my views set up properly. And if you give me just a second, I will go right into detail as to how we're going to do that. While this is loading, I'll be right back. Okay, almost there. Okay, what do we have here? Alright. We got a compass and an outside air temperature gauge on the windshield we'll probably have to get rid of. Some interior 3D elements. Alright. First things first. Let's get our views set up properly here. Okay, there's autopilot. What's this? Pilot view. Okay, this is all the default carrying out of view stuff. None of this is going to be what we're messing with, but just out of curiosity. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I'm going to quit out of X-Plane, let me tell you why. Here's what you need to know about views in X-Plane. Almost all of your 3D cockpit views are what's called asymmetrical, meaning they're not equidistant, top and bottom of the horizon. And the reason for this is most developers do it to give the sim pilot a better view of the cockpit gauges. So they sort of move that horizon line up, which is great and works very well if you have one display. The minute you start adding a second and third display, things kind of get complicated. You have to keep your horizons level But with view centers being off, what happens is you'll run into, in your bank angle, you'll run into a severe break in your horizon line across the displays, simply because your center line is not even. How do we do this? How do we combat that? I'll tell you how. Your forward with scenery setting, view setting in X-plane, is totally symmetrical. It is even top and bottom. Your sky and your horizon are equal height. Your horizon line is going to be right in the middle. So what we're going to do is set this up to forward with scenery under our visual settings, and we are going to select our aircraft that we want to work with. And I say that because each aircraft is going to have a different viewpoint. We'll get to that in just a second. So here's my Centurion 210. And I want to go back here where I was, Morrow County, runway 28. And then what this is going to do is going to load me in with just a scenery view. Obviously, I would still be able to, the aircraft is still there, you just don't necessarily see it. For our testing purposes, I probably should have disabled all the add-on scenery to make loading quicker, but once we get past the initial view setting, the rest of it we can reload right there within X-plane and don't have to completely restart. The only time I have to restart is if we change our view settings. Okay. This is our default forward with scenery view. We are completely symmetrical as far as our horizon, our ground, and our sky. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of masking tape, and I am physically going to mark my horizon. I've got the top edge of that tape right with my horizon line. That's all I need to do in this area. I'm gonna quit X-plane. I'm gonna restart X-plane, and I'm gonna restart it with my cockpit view again. Back with my forward with the 3D cockpit setting. Okay, let's go back into our settings here, and let's go back down, and we're going to select forward with 3D cockpit. Done. New flight. Let's make sure our same plane is still selected, Okay, we're back where we want to be. Let's confirm we are on the runway. Because when we do this, we need to make sure that we do this in the exact same place. Because if you mark your horizon at runway 28 end, and then you spawn in at runway 10 end, you could still have a deviation of 2 or 3 feet, and that will, believe it or not, make a difference. Alright, so we are on 28. So we're gonna go right back to our starting, exact same starting point as we started with our forward with scenery view. Alright. Alright, so here we are back here in the 3D cockpit. My horizon line is way above where I marked it with the forward with scenery view. So I need to bring my horizon line down. Alright. Let's see here. Let me remove these static elements. Okay. Instrument reflections, no, alright. Okay. There's our plane. I wanted something a little more complex than the 182. And yes, WestJet, thanks for taking care of that for me. There's definitely been a lot of spam today. It's unusual. But I'm also streaming a lot earlier than I normally do, too. So here's our 210. It's got retractable gear, so that's kind of one of the reasons I went with it. And it's almost the same shape as the 172 and 182, so I'm pretty confident we can make it fit. Alright, I need to bring my horizon line down, and I'm going to do that in PlaneMaker. So, let's jump over to PlaneMaker. Alright. Let me go ahead and open up our let's see where we at here. Okay. Extra aircraft, there is our Centurion. And there's only one ACF pilot in here, so that's gotta be it. Alright. There she is. Okay. Need to move my horizon down, and I do that under standard viewpoint. And then I'm going to go under, I'll get to the pilot's viewpoint in just a second. What I want to look at is screen centers. And for now, I'm just going to focus on this view center Y panel view, just this top one for now. The rest of them will all follow suit once I find that magic number for the top one. So that's 0.400. Let's bring that down to, I'm trying to think. If I recall, the higher the number moves the horizon line up, the lower the number moves the horizon line down, if I remember correctly. So for now, let's just try. Let's move it down to 0.300. Close that out. I'm gonna save this. And then we'll go back over and we'll reload. Alright, aircraft and art. Alright, that brought my horizon line down quite significantly. Too much, just a matter of fact, because I am now sitting below. So let's try 3.25. Let's try 3.15. Or I said that wrong. Would it be 0.315? So let's jump back to Plane Maker. I'll go back into standard viewpoint, screen center. I'll make that 0.315. Then I'm going to save that. And then we'll go back here and reload. Reload the current aircraft and art. And we are almost there. Horizon line is just barely below. So let's try 0.318. Back to Plane Maker. Standard viewpoint. we bump that up just a couple more. And we'll go back and reload our aircraft in art. I do believe we've pretty much got that dead even. I kinda wanna bring it up. It might be just a couple pixels, and that's kinda my OCD. Alright, back to plane maker one more time. We're gonna call it 0.320 and probably be good. .320 in our view center. Save that. Reload the current aircraft in art. And while that's doing that, I'll be right back. You know what? Probably should have made it 0.319. We're gonna call it 0.319, and then we're gonna call it good. The 0.318 was too low, and 0.320 is too high. Let's go back over here to plane maker. We'll go back to standard viewpoint, and then we'll make it 0.319. Again, we want to make sure keep that. We want to have that horizon line in our 3D cockpit to be exactly where the horizon line was for a forward with scenery view. And again, that just keeps the views symmetrical. Imagine taking a wide-angle photograph of your cockpit and then cutting an inch or two off the top edge. You're going from an asymmetrical or symmetrical view to an asymmetrical view. So anybody, I highly recommend that runs multiple monitors in X-Plane. Should at least make their views symmetrical per aircraft. Once you do it once or twice, you'll know exactly how to do it. So there, we're perfect. We've got an exactly perfect. So our horizon line matches with our forward with scenery. Alright, we're done with our masking tape. My horizons are not even right now because I use a third-party program called Immersive LCD Pro. So the views that you see are coming from what's already set up, but the concept applies to any multiple monitor setup in X-Plane. So now that I have my view center found on my front display, I'm going to take that same number and I'm going to apply that to all of the other settings or views there in the plane maker. Okay. Well, before I do that, let's go ahead and get our actual view set up where it needs to be. Alright. Right now it has us sitting in the left seat of the aircraft, the pilot seat of the aircraft, which for all intents and purposes is where it is exactly where somebody would need to be sitting. But for the sake of our physical cockpit, I need my center line to match up with my center line of the aircraft. So what I'm going to do is go back over here into Plane Maker. Okay, this is where the pilot's point of view comes into play. So we go back under here to Viewpoint. We'll go to the General tab. We have longitude, latitudinal, and vertical. Our latitudinal is going to be our left and right. Longitude is forward, backward, and vertical is up, down from the aircraft reference point. I want to bring this lateral down to 0. We'll save that and see where that puts us. That's going to put our cockpit, or the center line of the aircraft, essentially right. Let me rephrase that. It's going to make our starting viewpoint to be the center line of the aircraft, which is exactly what I want. For anybody that runs multiple monitors that does not run Immersive LCD, you still want to do your symmetrical view setup. And it may, and once you have it all set up, it's going to involve possibly physically moving your side monitors up or down to make sure your side horizons are even with your front horizon. That way when you go to make your bank, provided that you have all your view settings set up properly, you won't have that break in your horizon line. So that looks good. That started us off right here in the center of the aircraft. Let me figure out which is the way they keep it from. Starting with those static objects. Maybe there is. Let me go in here. And it doesn't look like there is. Okay. Alright. So if this is going to be our initial starting view, is that going to be too low or too high for my liking? It may kind of work out. So once I enable my warping by immersive LCD, kind of gives a relatively decent sight picture. I do kind of see, we'll see what objects it allows me to work with in Plane Maker as far as that goes. Alright, let's see if we can get rid of that compass and that outside air temperature. Back over here to Plane Maker. Okay. Let's see what type of objects we have. So that compass disappears with, what is that, L1? Or is that I1.object? I2, I1. Must possibly interior. Alright. So now that I know by clearing that object, alright, let's just try that. So in order to do that, we're going to go under Standard, Miscellaneous Objects. Now tread lightly here. Okay, here's our I1 object. I'm just going to clear that out. Okay. And I no longer see it in my 3D model there. Let me save this. And then we will jump back and reload. And let's see what it looks like. Okay, it took out a lot more than I expected it to. Let's go back over here. To Plane Maker. Yeah, certainly did, huh? That interior holds a lot. That one interior. Alright, let's do this. Standard miscellaneous objects. Let me add that back in real quick. Go to add. We'll click this little box here that's blank, and we'll go back in here to objects, and that was what? That was I1 that we got rid of. Okay. Alright. I may have to manually edit that stuff out of there. Okay. Let's add that again real quick. Didn't seem like it added properly that first time. Or re-added, I should say. Although I may need to reload Plane Maker in order for it to take effect fully. Alright, let's save that. Let me just open up a different aircraft, and then I will open this one back up. Alright. Let's go back over here and reload the aircraft and see what it looks like. Okay. So by removing that interior object, it's still left the actual gauges for the compass and the outside temperature. It looked like it just removed the housing. So that may be a different object altogether. Okay. So we have our glare shield, all that stuff back. Let's go back here to Plane Maker and see if we can find those gauges then. Gotta zoom way up in here. Alright, so if we move the gauges one. Alright. Okay, maybe we can do that. If we remove the gauges. Okay. So the seats are with interior 2. Alright, let's just get rid of it all. We'll go here to standard, miscellaneous objects. Let's clear out interior 1. Let's clear out gauges. And which one had the seats again? Interior 2? Interior 2. Standard, miscellaneous objects, interior 2. Alright, let's try that. We'll save that, and we'll go back over here and reload the aircraft again. And it's gonna look pretty naked, I'm sure. Yep, looks pretty naked. I still see that pesky outside air temperature gauge. Alright, well, I got rid of the seats. Let's add go back over here. Okay, so interior 3 gets rid of that, as well as some pilots, which I don't need. Okay, so let's go back here. Standard. And miscellaneous objects. And let me re-add what was that, interior 1? Alright, so interior 1 is the object that has that compass. And looks like, what was it? Interior 4? Okay, interior 4 had the, looks like visors. Alright, so interior 4 had the visors. You know what? We can probably just get rid of those. Interior 3 gets rid of the gauge, the pilots, the outside air temperature, the pilots. Interior 1. Yeah. Carinata likes to group a lot of their objects together. So what I may need to do is just manually edit Alright, let me get rid of interior 3 and see what that looks like. A lot of that interior stuff I just don't use. I have no need for the actual interior model because it's all exterior and physical. Okay, let's reload the current aircraft. Okay. See, and I could work with that if it wasn't for that pesky. Alright, so let's see if we can find and we may have to just manually remove that using GIMP and actually edit the PNG that the object is referencing to draw that. Alright, so we go back to Plane Maker. Alright. And that's under the I1. Okay. What I'm gonna do is open, let's see, I1. Okay, what I'm going to do is open I1 in GIMP, and I will bring that in just a second here. Alright, let's see if I can add that. Let's see, as a source. Okay, hopefully that overlaid properly and you guys can see my what I have open here in GIMP. It's a graphic manipulator. Doesn't look like the entire window is showing though. Let me see if I can figure that out here real quick. Okay. Alright, should be able to see most of that now. Hopefully all of it. Alright, what I'm going to look for is I'm looking for that compass housing and that silver backing that had the compass on it, or the outside air temperature. And I think I found it here. View. Alright, Shift plus zooms me in. Alright. Looks like it right there. As far as the background for the outside air temperature display. And since that's a circle, I'm just going to try and alright. I don't want it to draw that background there. Let's see if I can just, so I have it selected, see if I can just delete it. There. I deleted that. So let's just go ahead and export this. As a PNG. Actually, alright, export. Alright, I'm going to call this temp. And if this works, then I can take this same method and apply it towards any of the other miscellaneous objects in there that I don't want to see. Okay. I'm wondering if it'll let me just, instead of using XGrinder to convert that, I wonder if I can just let me rename this. Sorry, I'm kind of doing some things in Windows Explorer and I don't have it queued up right now. But what I'm doing is I just exported it, the converted image file, and I'm going to rename the original image file to temp, or to back, and then I'm going to rename the one that I just created back to the original file name of I1. So now that we did that, let's jump back over here and see if just by deleting that and exporting and renaming, if we were able to get rid of the silver background there that the outside air temperature was on. Reload the current aircraft and art. Worst case scenario, we're gonna just hang explain because it wasn't exported or converted properly. WestJet asks if I think this 210 is worth. He was looking at it. I honestly don't know. I've never flown it before. I did ask a couple of the guys I fly with about it, and they kind of highly recommended it. So I figured I would give it a shot here. Alright. So it needs to be transparent. It did do something. It looks like it just deleted the texture, maybe. I'm gonna have to continue to work with it, I think, as far as getting that to go away. Alright, let me... There's gotta be a way to get rid of that. Let me try something else here. Let's go back over here to GIMP. And let me just open I1 again. And I'm going to this time try and do away with the compass, and we'll see what that looks like. Edit, clear. Let me go ahead and export this. We'll just overwrite it. Alright, so it looks like Alright, so it looks like I overwrote successfully. Let's go back here and reload the aircraft and see what we get. See, I may just have to put it on a transparent background, because if we reload this and then this comes back gray, then I'll have to figure out something else or just get rid of it altogether, as well as the other interior objects. Yep, sure did. Okay, so that's not what we want to do. And that's not going to work for our purposes. Alright. So, I'm going to go back over here to Plane Maker. And at least for now, we will... What was that? Interior 1? Let's get rid of interior 1 and interior 4. See what that looks like. It's going to be pretty stripped down by the time I'm done, I'm sure. Alright, save that. And we'll go back over here and reload. And I'll be right back. Alright, reloaded the aircraft. And I think for now this is what we're going to work with. Let's see here. flight controls. Wonder why flight controls don't look like they're responding. Let me check that real quick. Controls, joystick. Wondering why the yoke is not responding. Alright, let's go over here. Weird. Alright. Well, gonna have to restart this computer, I think, because for some reason my yoke is not responding currently. Okay. Let me open up the VF Hub again real quick. Alright, not seeing it there. Let's jump into the control panel. Alright. Stand by just 1 second. Alright. Just unplugged and replugged the yoke. Let's see if that... There we go. Alright. So... that's working again. Which is odd. I'm not sure why that even happened. So let me jump back in here to X-plane and we will reload our aircraft back up. And then we're going to work on getting our gauges set up and our instruments. The rest of the cosmetics I may deal with at a later time. New flight, we've got our 210M. We're here at 4I9er, Morrow County, runway 28. Let's go ahead and start flight. Okay. Alright, now. Ideally, I want to be able to see my cowl and my wings at the same, and my wings and flaps and ailerons. So, do that. Maybe scoot up some. Okay, I can see that aileron, that aileron. Alright, alright. I think right now I'm just gonna set this up as a quick viewpoint, and I'll hit Control 0 and Control 1. So we'll put that as okay. So there's our default view. Okay. Alright. Let's see if I can get some gauges to come alive in here now. We got our symmetrical view set up. We got rid of a lot of the static components. So let me fire up Air Manager, and I think for now I will try the 182 panel and see if that doesn't work for the 210 here, because they're pretty much about the same. me turn the G5 on. We'll start that gauge at least. And we'll start the angle of attack gauge, because I know that both of those two I'm going to be using. And okay. And let's see. Let's try the 182 panel. Okay. Best case scenario is when I hit the master, things will start coming alive here. Okay, master's on. Oil pressure volts. Fuel is showing there. Okay. I don't have a checklist for the 210 yet. So we'll just see if we can get it started up like I would the 182. So master's on, beacon's on. It's fuel injected. So let's see what happens when we just go max to start in full rich. Alright, well, let's try master on, fuel pump, maybe. And then max to start. Alright. Let's see something here. Let's try this again. Master. Throttle. Alright, let me see if I can find out how to start this bird. And let's see here. Let's look at documentation. Alright, there's our reference. Pre-flight. Okay. Starting engine. Mixture is rich. Prop is high. Throttle closed. Fuel pump on. Throttle advanced to obtain 50 to 60 pounds per hour fuel flow. The engine to start in 2 and 3 revolutions. If it does not, continue running. Start again. If the engine does not start, leave auxiliary fuel pump switch off. Set mixture to idle cutoff. Open throttle and crank until engine fires or for approximately 15 seconds. If still unsuccessful, start again using the normal starting procedure after allowing the starter motor to cool. Well, one thing I did notice is that my fuel flow gauge here did not seem to be operating. So okay. Interesting. I wonder why she's not starting here. Let me see. Did I miss something? Mixture rich. Prop is high. Throttle is closed. Fuel pump on. Advanced to obtain 50 to 60 pounds per hour fuel flow. Return to idle position. Okay. Maybe I did something wrong here. Alright. On. Prop is high. Mixture is rich. Throttle is closed. Fuel pump on. Advance throttle to obtain 50 to 60. Then bring it back. Fuel pump off. Clear prop. Alright, now we're not even spinning. Okay. Let me just reload this aircraft real quick. I don't get it started this go around, I'm gonna reload the aircraft as it was initially, default straight out of the box, and make sure that all of the controls are working as it should. And WestJet, I do have a throttle quadrant down below here in my center, next to the pilot seat. It's got 3 levers on it for the parking brake, the landing gear, and our water rudder. Okay. Master on. Fuel pump. Okay, fuel pump off. Alright. Let's quit X-Plane here for a second. And let's call this Centurion. We're just gonna call that 33 Foxtrot. Didn't find it in use. Oh. Alright. That's why. Okay. We go back in here to my downloads, and we'll grab the one we just downloaded this morning. And I'm gonna put this, for now, just gonna bring it over to my Laminar aircraft folder. Okay, so that's in there. So there she is, brand new and from scratch. I guess I didn't think to make sure that all of my physical controls were actually manipulating the controls in the Coronado aircraft model, so we'll need to do that. New flight, and there it is right there. Okay, when she loads in here, we're going to confirm that all of our controls do what they need to be doing in the aircraft, and it's manipulating it properly. Alright. Okay. High throttle is working like it should. Prop. Mixture. So all of those are good. Master on. Battery on. Master. Okay, so maybe that part of the reason why it doesn't look like okay. Fuel pump. What does that say? Emergency, and then so that one's working. What do we have down here? Okay, beacon's working. Landing light. Taxi light. Oh. Nav light. Strobe light. Pitot heat. Okay. Okay. Where's our fuel flow? Pounds per hour. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe that one battery switch wasn't on properly. Let's just see what we get here. Okay, well that one started. Alright, so let's load up our other one, our other 210 that we've been working on. Okay. Let's try this. Master. Beacon. Mixture is rich. Fuel pump. Doesn't seem to be working there though. It's gonna have something to do with this. Okay, here. Joystick. Well, that might explain that. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Alright, master's on, battery's on, beacon's on, fuel pump. Start. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what I'm missing. Alright, I think for now, I want to bring in this data ref tool and make sure that my switches are actually Alright. Let me bring that other one back in here again and see what I'm missing here. Actually, even better. I'm gonna just re-add that interior object back to we'll add our interior object back to our aircraft so we can see our controls in the one we're working on. And I'm pretty sure that was I1. Alright, yep, that gave us our gauge panel back. And let me reload this aircraft. Okay. Now we can see our switch panel. Alright, so I need to reverse that throttle axis there. That's good. That's good. Okay. Gear it down. Okay, parking brake lever's working. Landing gear lever's working. I don't understand what I'm missing here. Yeah, for some reason we're just not getting any fuel flow. Electronic flaps are working. I wonder if those gauges are actually needed to run this flight model. Let me go back here to the default one, and we're just gonna double check things. Okay. Let's get rid of these static elements. Master on. Mixtures forward. Fuel pump on. Over voltage. Now we had it running a little bit ago. What did we do wrong? Alright, what are we doing wrong here? Why is this bird not starting? Power. Prop. Mixture. We got an over voltage light there, but I don't know if that is doing wrong? Alright. Okay. The master's on. We are for it. Fuel pump. Yeah, it's like for some reason we don't seem to be getting any fuel flow. Not sure why. Let's try. Well, I've done a few different. Let's see. I know I've made some changes in Plane Maker. I shouldn't necessarily have to restart X-Plane for them to take effect. Let's go ahead and restart X-Plane. Let's just do a restart and we'll see if we can't get it going. Yeah, I didn't think about trying the auto start. I don't want to have to rely on auto start though. There's gotta be. Let's see. Alright, so we're going to try reloading the default one, the original Coronado 210, before I made any of the modifications to it, and we'll see if we can get it to start that way. Meanwhile, before starting engine. Landing gear down, master switch on. Okay. Cowl flaps open. Avionics power switch. Electrical equipment. Autopilot off. The avionics power switch must be off during engine start. Yes, we know that. I don't see anywhere. Let's see. Landing gear down. Lever down. Master switch on. Landing gear lights on. Horn. Test. Circuit breakers check. Fuel selector valve to the fuller tank. Mixture's full rich. I don't see anywhere where it says about the alternator switch. When do I turn the alternator switch on? Would I expect to turn them both on with the master? That's how I've normally always done it. Alright. Alright, so master's on, mixture's rich, props high. Let's give it a go. Master's on. Battery. Alternator. Mixture's full rich. Fuel pump's on. Increase throttle. Yeah, I've got no fuel flow in an over voltage light. Alternator. Let me see something here. Joystick. Cessna panel. Fuel pump. Let's just try fuel pumps on. And fuel pumps off. Let's see if that doesn't enable. Let's see. Battery, alternator. Fuel pump. Still didn't look like we had any fuel flow. What am I missing here? This is very frustrating because this is, let's see, fuel switch. Are you serious? Yeah. Okay. So that's probably what's been going on this whole time. The fuel selector is apparently a bit different. I bet that's what it was. Alright, so before I go any further, let's go ahead and fix that. Fuel tank select. Okay, I've got, there's fuel for left tanks, fuel to all tanks, fuel to right tanks. And then do nothing. We'll go ahead and make that one fuel. Set fuel selector to none. Shut off. Done. Okay, let's see. Alright. So there's our right tank. There's up. And there's left. I bet we can start now. Okay. Yeah, exactly. WestJet, you called it all that, and I never looked down at the fuel selector. So we'll just chalk that up to complacency on my part. So let's go ahead and jump back into our one that we've been working on. And I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I will be right back. Alright, here we are back in our bird that we've been working on. And here's what we're gonna do. Let's see if we can get it started now. Alright. Master, okay. Beacon, rich, props high. Fuels on left tank. Fuel pump. Let's see if that worked. Again though, I didn't notice any fuel flow. Oh, I'm wondering if I have to set that controls per aircraft. I think I do. That's right, I think I do. Okay. Okay. Forage. Fuel pump, there we go. We have engine revolution, finally. Okay, so we do have fuel flow. Looks like we've got manifold pressure here. We are charging. Suction, oil temp, oil pressure. Our fuel gauges are working. I may have to swap out the cylinder head temperature gauge with a different gauge because that one doesn't appear to be operational with this aircraft. Probably uses a different data ref. Alright. Avionics. Okay, transponder. And let's see, why did our G5 not come on here? Maybe because it's turned off. Alright. Okay. Avionics all appear to be alive with the exception of our EGT and cylinder head temperature there. Which leads me to wonder if that's, well, I'll have to consult Air Manager to see if there's another, let's see, cylinder head temperature gauge. Let's see here. Bear with me just a second, I'm over here working on Air Manager right now, looking to see if there's a different gauge that I can add onto the onto here. So which one was that one? That was the cylinder head temp, exhaust, EGT, and cylinder head temp. Alright, and let's see here, so if I wanted to see if I can find an instrument, exhaust gas temperature, cylinder head temperature. Tell you what, I'll try and overlay this so you guys can watch as well. Window capture, and this is alright. Looks like that overlaid just fine. So what I want to do is try to add an instrument. I just cloned this panel, so let me go ahead and rename this panel to the Cessna 210. That way I don't get it confused with my 182 panel. Alright, so let's add an instrument. Let's go down here to Cessna. Instrument cluster. That's not the one I want. in a Cessna 208. What am I looking for? A cylinder head temperature and exhaust gas temperature. There's fuel flow, EGT. I may not find a cylinder head temperature and exhaust gas. So the one that I have in there currently is for the 182T. Manifold and fuel pressure. So the manifold pressure and fuel flow, what is this one? Manifold and fuel pressure. Well, for now, let's see if the 172. Let me just look for exhaust gas. Fuel pressure, cylinder head temperature. Cylinder head temperature and exhaust gas temperature. That's not what I want. Well, for now, let me just add this 172 gauge to the panel and let's see if it works. And I'll position it, let's see, 284, 415, 241. So there may not be a data ref for the EGT on this plane, and that very well may be. I'm not too familiar with the 210, so let's see what I can put in that hole there just to kinda make that panel, because I've already got fuel flow. What other gauges can we put in here? Instruments can we put in here? Let's see if this gauge will work. Instrument will work. And see. And we will put that 284 and 415, which is a position on the monitor in pixels. And we'll make the width 241 to fit the hole. And it doesn't look like that's putting out any sort of information either. Alright, so we'll remove that gauge. Or that instrument, I should say. Oh, let's find something to put in there. Let's go down here to Cessna. Manifold pressure. Do I have a manifold? Yep, we got a manifold pressure gauge in there. We'll just add this manifold and fuel pressure. Number 15, and then 241. Okay, we'll remove this one. Alright. So what do we have here? How are we looking? Well, that's alright. It's better than nothing working in there. Just got a duplicate. Actually, you know what? I think that'll work out just great. Because now I've got fuel flow in pounds per hour. Then I've also got fuel flow in gallons per hour. Okay, so if we go back. Alright, let me get rid of the air manager overlay. Okay. So that's what we have here now. We've got our fuel flow in pounds per hour and fuel flow in gallons per hour, and 2 reference points for manifold pressure. But I just threw something in that hole there. Alright, so let's go ahead and shut back down, and we'll get rid of these interior objects again. Alright. Avionics off. Mixture to lean. Mags. Master. G5. Alright, let's hop back over here to Plane Maker. And then I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to remove my interior 1 object again. Okay. Save that. And we'll go back over here and we will reload our aircraft. That's odd. Alright. I don't know why our displays jumped around, but let's go ahead and exit, explain, and restart real quick. Okay. I'm just gonna restart this computer. I've been doing a lot of Alright, so while that's restarting, looks like one of my displays moved for some reason. Go back in here. Interesting. That looks good there, that looks good. Alright, well, we'll see what happens when we reload X-Plane back up. Alright, new flight. Alright, there's our bird. Start flight. The initial loading always takes the longest. Once this loads up, I think we're going to be ready for our first test flight. Alright. So let's see, where were we at here? Fuel on the left tank. Make sure to rich. Beacon. Fuel pump. Alright, there's fuel flow. Back to idle. Fuel pump off. Brakes on. Clear. Alright, we do have engine rotation. Parking brake is on. Let's turn landing light on for safety and avionics on. Then I need to move this window. Kind of a daunting task to get this Pipe 30 to line up just properly. Alright. How are we looking? Looks like it's downloading updates in the background. Okay, oil pressure is coming up, oil temperature is coming up. Transponder. Going VFR mode Charlie. Let's go turn our other gauges on here. Okay. So we've got our G5 working. We've got our Angle of attack gauge working. Flight controls are working. Let's go turn our trim wheel on and turn our wet compass on. Okay. Let's see if we can't get this bird off of the ground. Alright, just for the heck of it, we'll go ahead and connect to VATSIM. We are area 210 today. Alright. What compass is alive? Let's set our heading indicator to compass. Let's grab some weather.
Kilo Mike November airport information Delta 1753 Zulu weather wind 007 at 4 visibility 10 sky clear temperature 28 dew point 11 altimeter 3009 advise on initial contact you have information Delta
3009 matches our fuel
Kilo
elevation
Mike
here.
November airport information Delta 1753 Zulu weather wind 007 at 4.
Alright, so do have a direct crosswind coming out of the north. Not very high. 7. Okay. Trim is set for takeoff. Flight controls. Down on the right, up on the left, down on the left, up on the right. Elevator, rudder. Okay, what are we missing here? I'll have to come up with some sort of checklist here before we take her out for our debut this evening for FNO. Okay. Alright, manual brakes are on. Parking brake is off. Let's see if we can roll. Alright, we can roll. Brakes are good. Let's check our flaps. Flaps going down, left, right. Flaps coming up. Left, right. Okay, strobes going on. Let's give it a go, shall we? Let me just take a quick overview here real quick at some of these performance information here. Right. VX is 80, VY is 97. Maximum landing gear operating speed 140. Maximum landing gear extended speed. So essentially we just want to make sure that we're under 140 before we drop our gear down. Alright, so 80 and 97 are going to be kind of my magic numbers here. Okay. Alright, here we go. Full power. Rudder for center. Bit touchy on the rudder. Airspeed's coming alive, I believe. 60, 70, there's 80. Let's try and rotate there. Alright, I do have positive climb rate. Morrow County traffic, Centurion, November 8033 Foxtrot is making a left crosswind, runway 28, Morrow County. Gear up. Right now we're just kind of flying. Just trying to get the feel for it. I wanted to make sure I can get everything working and fit properly before I purchased and added the reality expansion pack to it, which is what the next step is going to be. Although I think I'm going to have to find a different tachometer for this one, because I'm way past the red line. I'll have to look at what red line is. Alright. Full rich. Morrow County traffic, Centurion, November 033 Foxtrot is about 2 miles southeast, going to be making a left base to a full stop, Morrow County. Then I'm going to have to make some adjustments to the screen centers and the side views as well. I forgot to do that once we found our magic number. Alright, how would we land this thing? What's our landing configuration gonna be like? That's a good question. We'll just... What are we at? Gear down? Alright. It's probably gonna add some drag and slow us down. Let me add some power. Let me add 10 degrees of flaps. Alright. Alright, she had a little bit of a bubble up there. Morrow County traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, final approach 28, full stop, Morrow County. Gear down, undercarriage, gas, okay, 70. Flaps 2 maybe? 60. Oh, oh, oh! That was a hard landing. Alright, so she likes to kind of fall. Alright. Tell you what, do we have enough to get up the ground again? Flaps 10, full power. Morrow County traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, ticking 28 left close traffic, Morrow County. Yeah, I think we can get it. 60, 70, let's climb out. Yeah, that definitely did not feel pleasant there at WestJet. It was definitely a hard landing. We're going to try this one again. Alright, 1,700 feet. Let's go crosswind. Morrow County traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, left crosswind 28 Morrow County. Gear up. Uh-oh. don't know what that means. Gear down. Yep, don't know what that sound is. Can't be good, I'm sure. Oh, there it went. What if I hurt my landing gear? Gear up. No. Oh, man. Looks like gear's working. I bet there's probably some sort of warning. Morrow County traffic, Centurion, November 8033 Foxtrot, left downwind 28, Morrow County. Alright, power back, new flaps 10. I was already at flaps 10. Morrow County traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, left base 28, full stop, Morrow County. Alright, gear is down. Morrow County traffic, Skyline 33 Foxtrot, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, left base to final 28, full stop, Morrow County. We're gonna have to jump back over to Plane Maker and fix these side views as well. Flaps 2. Alright, well, that one was a little bit better. Flaps up. Let's go back over here, taxi off of the ramp, or taxi off the runway. We're gonna fix our side views as well. Okay. Alright, let's shut everything off. Avionics off. Okay. Well, it's just nice. Assuming we're talking about the landing, I appreciate that. Alright, let me disconnect from VATSIM real quick. And let's jump back over to Plane Maker so that we can make these view modifications. Remember at the beginning we were talking about our symmetrical versus asymmetrical views. Well, we got our front display lined up properly. We just need to apply that same number to the rest of the things in Plane Maker. So let me bring that back up. So we'll go back under standard viewpoint. And remember we were under screen centers. Our magic number was 0.319. So I want to make that number make the rest of those numbers that same number. Okay. And then we got all that changed, and we'll go ahead and save that. And then we're going to jump right back over here and reload the aircraft. Reload the current aircraft in ART. And while that's doing that, I'll be right back. Okay, let's see how that worked out for us. Re-enable the warping. Okay. That looks much better. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Let's go ahead and restart back up and go for another lap. Or we might actually just go somewhere real quick. Okay. Left tank. Brakes on. Master on. Beacon. Fuel pump. Mixture. Idle. Throttle in. Throttle out. Fuel pump off. Clear. Mags to start. Alright. Avionics going on. Altimeter still looks good. It is still reflecting our field elevation. We'll go ahead and take 10 this time. Okay. Parking brake off. You know what I haven't even done yet? Gone over the run-up checklist real quick. It's not what I want. Securing. I'm just gonna have to order me a checkmate checklist and a POH for this thing. Alright. So if we're anything in line with the 182 run up, oil pressure and temperature is in the green, so we're good to go there. But we're gonna try it. Fuel is on the fuller tank. Brakes on. Mixture's rich. Let's try 1800 for a mag drop. Left mag, there's a drop. Right mag, there's a drop. And prop. 1, 2, 3. Okay, prop is good. So idle back. Everything was in the green there. Okay. Morrow County traffic, Centurion, November 8033 Foxtrot, back taxi 10, Morrow County. There's Fisher AG Service directly in front of us. They handle all the crop dusting in the area. Morrow County traffic, Centurion, November 8033 Foxtrot is checking 10, and we're going to be departing to the north, Morrow County. Okay. Let's grab that center line. Alright, full power. Rudder for center. Airspeed's coming alive. Let's go ahead and rotate. Positive climb rate. Everything is in the green. We really have to put that rudder in this plane, I'm realizing. Morrow County traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, airborne Alpha 10, and departing the area to the north. Last call, Morrow County. Oh, where do we want to go? Tell you what, we're gonna head up to a little private airport, Horning. Identifier, Oscar Hotel 21. It's a private grass strip a little bit southwest of Gallion, which is Gulf Quebec. If you have the latest release of the X-Plane Global Airports, you will have this airport. I did it about 6 months ago. It's on the Scenery Gateway. But you can download the latest and greatest global airports from X-Plane Forum, because there are no more releases for X-Plane 11. In order to get the latest scenery, you gotta download the global airport update. The only problem is I can never exactly remember where the field is. Alright, how fast can this bird go? There's 110 along the ground. I always enjoy the expansion packs when I can get them. I feel like they really are worth, and they really do what they claim to do. That's kind of what, and they didn't make a reality pack for the 182, which was kind of hoping, but they do for the 172 and the 210. Alright, you're up. Make a lot more better ground speed with that gear up. Much better. I'm gonna have to slow us up now. inbound, about 3.5 miles. I can make a call. Horning traffic, Centurion November 8033 Foxtrot. It's 4 miles southwest. Gonna be inbound to land runway 36 Horning. Alright, let me slow this bird up some. Mixture full rich. Let's power back. I believe I have the field in sight. I'm going to kind of overfly it. I'll circle back around to land. Yeah, there it is. Horning traffic, Centurion November 8033 Foxtrot. About 2 miles on southwest, intending to cross over midfield to make a right downwind for 36 Horning. Okay, so we have Horning Field, which is coming up right here, and then we have Galleon, which is almost directly at 12 o'clock. Horning traffic, Centurion November 8033 Foxtrot, right downwind, 36, full stop horning. Alright, there's our 45, we're way past the numbers, let's power it back some. Rich, prop in, flaps 10, gear down. Don't know what I did wrong there. Horning traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, right base 36, full stop horning. Horning traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, final approach 36, full stop horning. Flaps 2. Gotta kind of watch our approach because the threshold's right over the right at the edge of a highway. Okay. Flaps up. Alright. Visually, I think we'll be alright with the flight model. there are some artifacts in here. There's a little bit of glass artifact. I don't know if I can fully get rid of that or not. In fact, let's just try that real quick. Let's go ahead and turn our avionics off. Okay. Alright. I don't know if you can tell, but there's kind of we do have some glass artifacts here from where the windows would be. So I'm going to try and get rid of that glass. We'll see if it doesn't make a difference here. Like it's not very, okay, you can see it more in the left window right now because the door is open, so you get a better angle. Alright, so let me bring Plane Maker back up, and we'll see here. Okay, let's see what happens when we get rid of the interior glass object. Internal glass. Okay, let's see. Now, there's a good chance that when it reloads, it's going to look horrible. And I've had that happen before. Reload current aircraft in orbit. I'd really like to know why these GPS windows keep moving on me. No, I'm sure it didn't, did it? But I did get rid of that one thing I wanted. Okay. What's our exterior model look like? Are we still looking like a plane on the outside? Alright. As long as we're looking like a plane on the outside, that's fine. So, I'm wondering what those are attached to. Okay. Oops, sorry, I forgot to totally... Okay. So by removing the interior glass, it did take away a little of the residual windshield, which is what I wanted, so that's fine. I still have these window artifacts though, and I'm wondering if that's even possible to do away with. I may just have to edit the files themselves. It's not too much of a hindrance, and it's still flyable. So I'm not too concerned about the glass artifacts. But I am curious if I wanted to, is it that exterior glass object? Well, let's just try it, see what happens. Let's get rid of PBR. Alright, so I just cleared out the exterior glass. Let's see if that doesn't. Save that. We'll see if that gets rid of those artifacts. Nope, that certainly didn't do it. So we're going to want to put that back in because, yeah, our plane looks silly without that exterior glass. Alright, either way, it's fine. I'm not too overly concerned about those little bit of glass artifacts. And I will eventually edit them out, I'm sure. But for now, let's go ahead and add an object back in here. So we click the add button, we click the little box there, and we go into our objects and we grab the object we just deleted, which was that PBR. And that's gonna put that back in there. Okay. Save that. And we'll reload. I think we'll be alright. I'll have to work on a livery for it. But I think we'll be good. So now what we can do is we can go and grab the reality expansion pack for this thing. Okay. So let me jump into the X-Plane store. Actually, okay. Just throw that in the cart. Alright. Alright. Got that purchased. And let's go ahead and download that. Oh, that's not what I want. There it is. Reality extension pack. Okay, now though. Okay. Install into aircraft plugins folder, install into main folder. Alright, easy enough. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go first, I'm gonna delete this default Centurion since I sorted that problem out. We don't need that one. I'm gonna go back in here, then I'm gonna I'm gonna make a copy of our current Centurion. I'm gonna paste it here in my main aircraft folder. I'm gonna rename this one to let's just call it, just so I know, November 8033 Foxtrot underscore Centurion 2 underscore rep. Alright, now I'm just going to move that folder back into my extra aircraft folder. And the reason I did it like that is so that it wouldn't have a duplicate name, folder name, and try to override it or anything. Alright, so now we have two folders of the exact same aircraft. And we're going to go into my rep aircraft, and then we're going to take all this stuff and we're going to put it into the aircraft main folder here. Okay. And then we're going to take all this stuff and we're going to put this folder into the aircraft plugins folder. Okay. That should be all we have to do. Let's go back in here. And then we're going to load up. Oh. Sorry guys, I left you guys hanging on the plane maker window. Alright. Let's see here. What I did while you guys were probably boringly staring at this plane maker window that was doing absolutely nothing. What I did is I went ahead and downloaded the Reality Expansion Pack from theexplain.org. I went ahead and installed that. I went ahead and installed that according to the installation instructions after making a copy of the original aircraft folder. So, now that we've got X-Plane back loaded, let's see, we're going to create a new plane. And then we're going to find our rep version. It is right here. Okay. Alright, so we've got our plane here, and just by hovering my mouse over each aircraft, it shows me the corresponding folder. But since they both look alike currently, we want to make sure that we're on our corresponding folder. So here is our, so this is the one we want. Okay, we'll go back to Morrow County. And we will go ahead and we'll just take a parking spot. We'll go from scratch here. Confirm. Start plane. Alright, that's going to take a minute to load. Alright, once this loads up, we'll activate the reality expansion pack, and then we'll go for a quick pattern, and then I'll probably have to call it done for right now. Got a couple of things I still have to do, but I will be back up. We will be back on later this evening when we join one of the VATSIM one of the events. I'm not sure which one we're gonna apply yet, but we're gonna do one of them in the new 210 here. But I knew it was gonna take me quite a while to get it set up, so I wanted to take the time to do that today. Alright, in order to use rep, you need to complete the installation. Please click on Plugins, SimCoders rep, and then Enable Package. Plugins. Enable Package. And then we'll just have to jump back over here. Grab our license. Okay. Let's reload it. You didn't move the talks, okay. Alright. This is the stuff I like to be able to do. Maintenance report. Okay. Weight and balance. So we did full tanks. And we put me in the front. Okay. Walk around. See, that doesn't really work for my setup simply because it's really weird doing it like that. So we're just gonna toggle these static elements. Alright. So we should have rep going. We've got our reality expansion pack. So that's working. We're not going to do automatic engine start. Alright, let's see how she's going to fly. Well, the procedure should be relatively the same, I would imagine, as far as our startup procedure goes. Alright, let's get reset things here. Okay. Alright, so fuel left, parking brake is on. There we go, master. Okay, make sure they're rich. Fuel pump. Throttle. Throttle back. Fuel pump off. Clear. Beacon. Alright, wasn't expecting that. What did that warning say? Avoid RPMs. Yes, I know. Avoid high RPMs. Alright, let's try this again. Let's shut it out. Mixture. Throttle. Alright, fuel pump. I'm gonna have to work on the starting procedure. The new version here. Brakes off. Parking brake off. Alright. Avionics going on. Altimeter looks good. Alright, let's just see how she does on the ground here. Ground handling is definitely different. Need a lot more differential braking now. I do enjoy the new F-mod sound a bit. The new sounds that came with the Reality expansion pack. They sound giving me some brake noise. Okay, we'll go down here, we'll do a run up. Do one in the pattern, and then I'm gonna have to get off of here for a bit. Okay. Alright, fuel's on, fullest tank. Okay. Trim. Set for takeoff. Light controls down on the right, up on the left, down the left, up on the right. Elevator and rudder. Alright, West Chad, thanks for hanging out with me, buddy. Yeah, I'll be back up later doing the FNO. I'm not sure which one yet. But until then, you take care and we'll see you later. Alright, full rich. 1800. Left mag, there's my drop. Right mag, there's my drop. Prop cycle. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's idle back. Everything was in the green. We'll turn our landing light on for safety. Let's turn our beacon on, our strobe on. Here's Squawk VFR mode Charlie. Morrow County traffic, Centurion, November 8033 Foxtrot, taking runway 28, departing straight out, Morrow County. Alright, here we go. Brakes off. Let's grab the center line. Alright, wind's supposed to out of the north a little bit. Let's go some wind correction. Full power. Airspeed's coming alive, neutral, let's rotate. Positive climb rate. Gear up. Remember to tap the brakes before raising the landing gear, okay? Alright. That wind volume's awfully high, isn't it? Avoid high engine temperatures if possible, or you may damage the cylinders. Open the cowl flaps and reduce the engine power. Alright, so I'm going to have to put a cowl flap switch in here. An actual one. Tell you what, here's what, let's try and do this. First, let me disconnect from Benson. And let me pause. Let's see if I can... Joystick... Throttle quadrant, what do we have here? Custom commands. So we'll make this cow flaps. So and so we'll make down cow flaps open. Fully open the cow flaps. And then we'll make this one fully close the cow flaps. Close. Open. Closed. Open. What's that? Don't know what that meant. Alright, where are we at here? Alright, our gear's up, our cow flaps are open. Don't know what that means. But we're gonna go over here and land at my place, and then I've gotta call it quits for right now. Fancy gentleman sound, appreciate that, welcome. We've been working on getting our new Coronado 210, working on getting it to fit the simulator here. I think we just about got it. My place traffic, Centurion, November 8033 Foxtrot is left downwind 24, my place. And thanks for following there, fancy gentleman Sal. Appreciate it. Okay, let's put our gear down. My place traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, turning left base 24 at my place. Comes 10. My place traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, left base to final 24, full stop, my place. Alright, Gump's gear down, gas is good, undercarriage, prop is good. Kinda have to fly over the sawmill and dog lug it in around the trees to get to 2-4. My place traffic, Centurion 33 Foxtrot, about over the sawmill for 2-4 in my place. Alright, give me flaps 2. Make it? Are we gonna stop? Yeah, we got it. Alright. Manchester, New Hampshire to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Excellent. It's always a fun flight. He's in the process of building something similar. Always outstanding. And I always appreciate hearing when people, take on the challenge of building their own cockpit. That's always good to hear. So, well, that is. I'm gonna lean this out. All right, let's go ahead and shut her down. That's all the time I have for right now. I think we did pretty good on getting her set up to fit the simulator here. We got our views all set up. Got our instruments and gauges working with Air Manager. Okay, so let's turn our avionics off, our G5 off, let's turn all of our lights off, mixture to lean, max to off, master off. Alright, so there we have it. I think that went pretty well. We'll turn our parking brake on. Okay. Well, that's all the time we have for now. I appreciate you guys coming in to hang out with me while we got this set up. It's taken us a good... how long have we been at it now? Yeah, we've been at it about 4 hours. So yeah, I would be back up here later this evening to join one of the FNOs through VATSIM. None of my, well, okay, we do have SimCaesar online. There doesn't look like too many people that I can send you over to watch right now. But I can send you over to SimCaesar. What's he doing currently? They're playing Microsoft Flight Simulator in the PMDG 737. Yeah, so let's go raid some Caesar for a little bit. Alright, and we will see you all later, and thanks for coming in today.